and Passaic counties, New Jersey. We're staying on the KDIX correlation coefficient to track the debris signature, which is still quite evident. Alright, let's pivot immediately to these updated tornado warnings in Muskingum and Brown counties, Ohio. The National Weather Service has revised the polygons, meaning these storms are still active and likely maintaining their severe characteristics. We're flying to Muskingum County now to assess the latest radar trends on the kiln-based reflectivity. We've just had 2 more tornado warnings updated, folks, in Morris, New Jersey and Clinton, Ohio. The National Weather Service revising these polygons suggests these storms are still robust and maintaining their tornadic potential. Let's immediately pivot to Morris County, New Jersey, to check the latest radar scans on the KDIX site. Alright, while we did see a severe thunderstorm warning updated in Pamlico, North Carolina, our primary concern remains the ongoing tornado threat. We're getting a radar product recommendation to switch to correlation coefficient, with a debris signature detected in Morris, New Jersey. Let's get to that storm immediately to confirm the tornadic debris. We've just had another tornado warning updated, this time in Carroll, Kentucky. The National Weather Service has revised this polygon, indicating the storm remains active and the threat has shifted or intensified. We need to get eyes on this immediately and assess the latest radar. Our focus is squarely on Kentucky now. We've just crossed a weather intensity scale of 50, folks, now at 138. That means we're firmly in significant outbreak territory, with widespread threats across the region. Our top priority is the tornado warning in Muskingum, Ohio, where a probable tornado signature with debris has been noted. We're flying there now to examine the latest radar scan. We're seeing a significant shift in our tornado warning count, dropping from 9 to 5. This reduction means some warnings have expired, but we still have several dangerous storms across Ohio. Our immediate focus remains on Muskingum County, where the tornado ID is still indicating a probable tornado signature. The weather intensity scale has just crossed 100, now sitting at 132, indicating we're in major event territory with a significant outbreak unfolding across Ohio. We currently have 4 tornado warnings active, and our top priority remains the storm in Muskingum County, which has a probable tornado signature with debris noted by the National Weather Service. We're continuing to track multiple tornado warnings across Ohio, with our focus now shifting to the Brown County storm, which has a probable tornado signature and confirmed debris noted. This storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour, threatening roughly 130,000 people. We're on the Kiln radar, showing the correlation coefficient to confirm that debris signature. We're seeing a critical update from the National Weather Service for a tornado warning in Noble, Ohio, where the polygon has just been revised. This indicates the storm remains active and potentially intensifying, so we need to get eyes on the latest radar immediately. Tornado ID shows a probable signature here, and we're seeing strong rotation with debris noted in the warning text. Alright, we have a critical update on a severe thunderstorm warning for Caroline, Virginia, where the polygon has just been revised by the National Weather Service, indicating the storm's threat has shifted or intensified. However, our top priority remains the Adams County, Ohio tornado warning, which has a confirmed debris signature and a 71% probable tornado ID score. We need to get eyes on that immediately. The Storm Prediction Center has also issued a significant tornado threat with hatched probabilities for our region today, meaning EF2+ tornadoes are possible. We have a brand new tornado warning just issued for Washington, Ohio, folks. This is now our highest priority storm, and the National Weather Service is noting both rotation and a debris signature, indicating a confirmed tornado on the ground. We are moving immediately to this new threat to assess the radar. We just had a tornado warning expire for Muskingum County, Ohio, folks. While that particular threat has concluded, we still have multiple active tornado warnings across the state, especially for Washington and Adams counties, which continue to show probable debris signatures. We're keeping our focus locked on Ohio. We're seeing an update on a severe thunderstorm warning in Randolph, West Virginia, with a polygon revision. However, our primary concern remains the 4 active tornado warnings in Ohio, all exhibiting probable debris signatures. We're currently focused on the Washington County storm, which has been identified with a 71% probable tornado signature by Tornado ID, and remains our #1 priority. Alright, we're seeing some of the National Weather Service updates on severe thunderstorm warnings in Guernsey and Adams counties in Ohio, indicating polygon revisions. While those are being refined, our top priority remains the active tornado warnings. The Muskingum and Noble County storm, ranked #1, continues to show a probable tornado signature with debris noted, affecting 260,000 people and tracking east at 40 miles per hour. We're on the KRLX correlation coefficient product, looking for that debris ball. We have another the National Weather Service update for the tornado warning in Monroe, Ohio, indicating the polygon has just been revised. This means the storm is still active and potentially intensifying, so we need to assess the latest radar. The tornado ID shows a probable signature, and we're seeing strong rotation with debris noted in the warning text. This storm is tracking east at 40 miles per hour, affecting approximately 260,000 people. We just had a tornado warning expire for Monroe, Ohio. That storm's immediate threat has concluded, but we still have 4 active tornado warnings in Ohio, all exhibiting probable debris signatures. Let's shift our focus to the Muskingum and Noble County storm, which is ranked #2 and still showing a violent, confirmed signature. Alright, we're seeing an increase to 5 active tornado warnings across Ohio, indicating a very dangerous and evolving situation. Our top priority right now is the Monroe and Noble County storm, which still shows a probable debris signature and is tracking east at 40 miles per hour, affecting approximately 260,000 people. Let's zoom in on this cell and assess the latest dual-pol data. We're watching a severe thunderstorm warning for Guernsey, Ohio, which is set to expire in just about 8 minutes. On radar, this cell appears to be weakening as it approaches the eastern edge of the polygon, and the immediate threat is concluding. However, we still have several active tornado warnings in Ohio that demand our full attention. We're closely tracking the tornado warning for Monroe and Noble counties, which is now down to its final 8 minutes. This storm has exhibited a probable debris signature, but as it approaches expiry, we'll watch for any signs of weakening or if the National Weather Service opts for a reissuance. Meanwhile, we still have 4 other active tornado warnings across Ohio, some of which are showing even stronger signatures. We have a significant outbreak unfolding across Ohio with 5 tornado warnings and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings currently active. The situation is stable with no significant changes since our last update, but we are still seeing probable debris signatures on multiple cells. Let's start with the top-ranked storm, the tornado warning for Muskingum and Noble counties, which is showing a violent, confirmed signature and is tracking east at 40 miles per hour, affecting 260,000 people. I'm switching to base reflectivity to give you a clearer view of the storm's structure. We're still focused on the significant severe weather across Ohio, where we have 5 active tornado warnings, all showing probable debris signatures, and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. The National Weather Service just updated a severe thunderstorm warning in Dutchess, New York, but our focus remains locked on Ohio. Let's pivot to the Muskingum and Noble County tornado warning, ranked number 2, which is still showing a violent, confirmed signature. We're seeing a significant update from the National Weather Service. A tornado warning has just been updated for Grant, Kentucky. This indicates an active and evolving storm. While our focus has been on Ohio, we need to pivot quickly to this new development. Let's get eyes on the radar and assess the immediate threat in Kentucky. Alright, we're locked in on Ohio where we're tracking 5 active tornado warnings, all showing probable debris signatures, and 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Our top priority remains the Monroe and Noble County tornado warning, which is concluding soon, but we need to quickly check the Muskingum and Noble County storm, ranked number 2, where the tornado ID is showing a probable 71% signature. We're continuing to monitor a dynamic situation across Ohio, with the National Weather Service having just updated a severe thunderstorm warning for Bedford, Virginia, though our primary focus remains on the 5 tornado warnings in Ohio. Tornado ID is still highlighting multiple probable signatures, but the top-ranked Monroe County tornado warning is now in its final 3 minutes, so we're pivoting to the Muskingum County storm, currently ranked number 2. We have breaking news in Ohio, that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Monroe County, suggesting the storm remains active and dangerous. We are seeing a probable 71% tornado signature here on the tornado ID, with radar-indicated rotation and debris. This storm is tracking southeast at 45 miles per hour, putting communities in its path over the next 30 minutes. We're continuing our focus on Ohio, where the tornado warning count has now shifted to 6 active warnings. The most dangerous storm, according to our tornado ID, is still in Monroe County, showing a probable 71% signature with radar-indicated rotation and debris. However, this particular warning is concluding in just 7 minutes, so we need to quickly pivot to the Muskingum and Noble County storm, ranked number 2, which also has a probable 71% tornado signature and 16 minutes remaining. We have a critical update across Ohio as the National Weather Service has revised the tornado warning for Muskingum County, meaning the storm is still active and dangerous. We're also tracking a new update for Essex, New Jersey, but our immediate focus remains on Ohio. Tornado ID shows a probable 71% signature here, indicating strong radar evidence of rotation and debris with 15 minutes left on this warning. Let's get eyes on this. We're seeing some good news as the tornado warnings for Essex and Morris counties in New Jersey have now expired or been lifted, indicating that threat has passed. However, our focus remains squarely on Ohio, where we still have 5 active tornado warnings, all showing probable signatures. The tornado warning situation in Ohio is evolving rapidly. We are now down to 3 active tornado warnings, a significant reduction from earlier. However, these remaining storms, especially Sully in Monroe and Washington counties, are still exhibiting strong radar-indicated rotation and debris signatures. Let's zoom in on that top-ranked Monroe County storm and confirm what we're seeing on the correlation coefficient. We're continuing to track multiple threats across Ohio, with the National Weather Service just updating a severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County. While that storm is still organizing, our immediate concern remains with the 3 active tornado warnings, all showing probable signatures. We're currently focused on the Monroe County storm, where we're seeing clear indications of lofted debris on the correlation coefficient product. Alright, we've got a complex and dangerous situation unfolding across Ohio with 3 active tornado warnings and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a multi-storm board, and we're seeing probable tornado signatures on all 3, indicating strong radar evidence of rotation and debris. Let's get a regional overview of all these threats, then we'll dive back into the most dangerous storm, which remains in Monroe County. We're focusing exclusively on Ohio right now, and while we had an update for a severe thunderstorm warning in Davies, Kentucky, our primary concern remains with the 3 active tornado warnings within the state. Tornado ID is showing probable signatures for all of these storms, indicating strong radar evidence of rotation and debris. Let's start with the top-ranked storm in Washington County, which expires in just 10 minutes. We're keeping a close eye on this tornado warning for Washington, Ohio, which is set to expire in just 8 minutes. On the latest correlation coefficient scan, we are still seeing signs of a debris signature, which means there's a tornado on the ground. However, the storm is quickly moving out of the warned area, and we'll need to watch for any reissuance or if the rotation weakens significantly as it progresses eastward. The severe thunderstorm warning for Adams County, Ohio, is set to expire in just 8 minutes. We're observing the storm's eastern flank now, and while it's still producing strong winds, the overall intensity is weakening as it exits the polygon. Our attention now shifts to the other active warnings, particularly the violent/confirmed tornado warning in Monroe County. We have 2 brand new severe thunderstorm warnings just issued in Ohio, one for Monroe County and another for Fairfield County. This indicates a broad threat accelerating across the state, and given the radar recommendation, we need to immediately switch to correlation coefficient to check for any debris signatures on these new storms, especially with the violent/confirmed tornado warning already active in Monroe. Let's get eyes on that Monroe County storm first. We're seeing an increase in severe thunderstorm warnings across Ohio, now up to 7, alongside our 3 active tornado warnings. The top priority remains the Monroe County storm, where we're continuing to track a probable tornado signature with clear evidence of lofted debris on the correlation coefficient product. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Monroe County, Ohio, indicating the storm remains active with a revised polygon or expiry. We are still tracking a probable tornado signature with debris evident on the correlation coefficient, suggesting a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation, and we need to keep a close eye on this storm as it tracks southeast. We're continuing to monitor the active tornado warning for Monroe County, Ohio, as though the National Weather Service has revised its polygon or expiry, confirming this dangerous storm remains in play. I'm keeping the correlation coefficient up to highlight the debris signature, which is still quite evident, indicating a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've seen an immediate shift in our tornado warning count, now up to 4 across Ohio. The top priority remains the Monroe County storm, which still shows a probable tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Let's get a fresh look at that storm with a tight zoom. We are in the midst of a significant outbreak across Ohio, with 4 active tornado warnings and 8 severe thunderstorm warnings simultaneously. The most dangerous storm right now, based on its probable 83% confidence score, is the tornado warning impacting Monroe, Ohio. I'm pulling back to give a regional overview of all active warnings before we dive into the most dangerous cell, showing the scope of this multi-state threat with storm cones. We're currently tracking a very active board across Ohio, with a total of 4 tornado warnings and 8 severe thunderstorm warnings active. I'm pulling back to give you a regional overview of all these threats, with Storm E, the tornado warning in Monroe, Ohio, remaining our highest priority due to its persistent probable 83% confidence tornado signature. You can see the projected paths of all these storms with the cones now on the map. We've just had a tornado warning expire for Adams County, Ohio. This means the immediate threat has passed for that specific area, but we still have 3 active tornado warnings across Ohio, with Storm E in Monroe County remaining our highest priority. I'm going to reset our view to the national radar mosaic for a broader perspective before we zoom into the next most dangerous cell. We're seeing a slight shift in our board, with an updated severe thunderstorm warning for Pocahontas, West Virginia. However, our primary focus remains on the 2 active tornado warnings in Ohio, particularly the Washington County storm, which is now our top priority due to its probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Let's zoom directly to this dangerous cell and switch to local velocity to assess the rotation. A severe thunderstorm warning for Davies, Kentucky has just expired, indicating that particular storm's immediate threat has passed. However, our focus remains squarely on the 2 active tornado warnings in Ohio. The radar is currently showing a strong debris signature near Washington, Ohio, which tornado ID rates as probable with 83% confidence. I'm going to switch to correlation coefficient to give us the best view of that debris. We've just had an updated severe thunderstorm warning issued for Dutchess, New York, but our primary concern remains the 2 active tornado warnings in Ohio. The number 1 ranked storm, according to Tornado ID, is the Washington, Ohio cell, which continues to show a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Let's get a fresh look at this storm, which expires in 26 minutes. We've seen a significant shift on the board, with the tornado warning count dropping from 4 to 2. Our top priority is now the tornado warning for Washington, Ohio, which still shows a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Let's get a focused look at this dangerous storm, which expires in 25 minutes. We've just received an updated tornado warning from Monroe, Ohio, indicating that the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or extended the expiry on this storm. This means the threat is still very active, even as it approaches its original expiration time. I'm going to switch our radar product to base reflectivity to examine the storm's structure and any developing hook echo, as the correlation coefficient earlier showed a probable debris signature. Alright, we're tracking a dynamic situation here in Ohio, with a slight reduction in severe thunderstorm warnings from 7 down to 6. Our primary concern remains the tornado warning for Monroe, Ohio, which is nearing its expiration but still carries a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Given the radar recommendation, I'm switching to correlation coefficient to get a definitive look at any lofted debris. We're seeing continued adjustments to the severe thunderstorm warnings, with updates in Fairfield, Ohio, as the National Weather Service refines those polygons. Our immediate concern, however, remains the tornado warning for Monroe, Ohio, currently ranked number 1 with a probable 83% confidence signature and radar-indicated debris. This dangerous cell is on a course to expire in just 7 minutes, so we're keeping a very close eye on it. We've just seen another update to a severe thunderstorm warning, this time for Alexander, Illinois, as the National Weather Service continues to refine these polygons across the region. However, our top priority remains the 2 active tornado warnings in Ohio. The number 1 ranked storm, according to Tornado ID, is the Monroe, Ohio cell, which still shows a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris, though it's rapidly approaching its expiration. We have a breaking development that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Bullitt, Kentucky. This indicates a polygon revision or an extended expiry, meaning the storm is still very much active and dangerous. We're flying there now to assess the radar signature and provide immediate updates. This storm demands our full attention. We've just had a severe thunderstorm warning expire for Fairfield, Ohio, indicating that threat has moved through or dissipated. However, our focus remains squarely on the 2 active tornado warnings in Ohio. The top-ranked storm for Monroe, Ohio, is now critically close to expiration, with only 4 minutes remaining. We've just had an important update for Washington, Ohio, as the National Weather Service has revised the tornado warning polygon. This means the storm, which currently shows a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris, is still very much an active and dangerous threat. With only 18 minutes left on this warning, our attention remains on this critical storm, now the highest priority active tornado warning in Ohio after the Monroe warning expires. We're keeping a close eye on the correlation coefficient for any changes in the debris signature. The threat level for Ohio has unfortunately escalated to significant, reflecting the ongoing danger from these storms. We're keeping a very close eye on the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, which continues to show a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. However, our other tornado warning for Monroe, Ohio, is now in its final 2 minutes and we're looking for signs of weakening or reissuance. I'm going to quickly check Monroe for any last-minute changes before we shift our full attention to Washington. We've just seen the tornado warning for Monroe, Ohio, expire, which is good news as that threat has now passed for that specific area. However, the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, which still shows a probable 83% confidence tornado signature with radar-indicated debris, remains our top priority with 16 minutes left. The National Weather Service Charleston, West Virginia continues to track this dangerous cell, moving east at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 160,000 people. We're facing a significant outbreak in Ohio right now, with 2 active tornado warnings and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. While the Monroe County tornado warning is now concluding, the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, ranked number 1 by Tornado ID with a probable 83% confidence and radar-indicated debris, remains extremely dangerous. We're flying to that storm now to assess its current state and track its movement as it continues east at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 160,000 people. I'm also going to turn on the Tornado ID layer so you can see those confidence scores at a glance for all active warnings. The tornado warning for Monroe, Ohio has officially expired, and it appears the immediate threat for that particular cell has concluded. However, our primary focus remains on the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, which continues to show strong radar indications of rotation and a probable tornado debris signature. We are still tracking the highest priority storm here in Ohio. The severe weather situation in Ohio has thankfully seen a slight de-escalation, with our tornado warning count dropping from 2 to 1. We are now solely focused on the confirmed tornado threat in Washington, Ohio, where the KPBZ correlation coefficient continues to show a debris signature. This remains a very dangerous storm moving east at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 160,000 people in its path. We've just received news that the tornado warning for Harrison, Kentucky has expired. That's good news for our viewers in Kentucky, as that particular threat has now moved out of the area or dissipated. Our focus remains squarely on the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, which still shows a probable debris signature on the KPBZ radar. We have new information coming in that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warnings for Monongalia, West Virginia, and Bullitt, Kentucky. This indicates that these storms are still active and the polygons or expiry times have been revised, so we need to shift our attention to these developing threats immediately. We're continuing to track the tornado warning in Washington, Ohio, which the National Weather Service has just updated. This revision indicates the storm remains active, and we're seeing strong radar indications of rotation and a probable debris signature on the KPBZ correlation coefficient. We've had a significant shift in the severe weather situation here in Ohio. Our tornado warning count has now dropped to 0. It appears the Washington, Ohio tornado warning, which we were just tracking, has been allowed to expire or has been cancelled. This is great news for those communities, but we still have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings to monitor across the state, indicating significant wind and hail threats are still ongoing. Alright, let's turn our attention to the updated severe thunderstorm warning in Monroe, Ohio. The National Weather Service has revised this polygon, indicating the storm remains a significant threat. We're keeping our focus on Ohio, and this storm is still producing damaging winds and large hail as it tracks eastward. Let's get a closer look at this cell. The severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe and Noble counties in Ohio is nearing its expiration, with only 6 minutes remaining. While the storm is concluding its warned segment, we'll quickly assess the radar for any lingering threats before shifting focus to the other 3 active severe warnings across the state. While the severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe and Noble counties is about to expire, we still have 3 other active severe thunderstorm warnings across Ohio that demand our attention. We're keeping our focus strictly on Ohio for now, so let's quickly pivot to the next most concerning storm, Cell C, which is in its organizing phase. We're still focused on Ohio, and while our previous severe warning is expiring, a new update has just come in for the severe thunderstorm warning in Apache, Arizona. However, since we're locked onto Ohio, let's keep our attention on Cell C in Adams and Scioto counties, which is still in its organizing phase. We'll monitor its evolution carefully. We're continuing our focus on Ohio, and the National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Adams County. This storm, Cell O, remains in its mature phase, tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour, with about 18 minutes remaining on the warning. Let's zoom in and assess the latest radar trends for any signs of strengthening or weakening within this robust cell. While there's been an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in New York, we remain locked on Ohio. The most immediate concern is Cell H in Monroe and Noble counties, as its warning is in its final minute of expiration. We'll quickly check the latest scan to ensure the threat has diminished before shifting our focus to the other active severe cells. We've received an all-clear on the tornado warnings for Bullitt, Kentucky, and Monongalia, West Virginia, as those threats have now expired or dissipated. However, our focus remains firmly on Ohio, where we still have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's immediately shift our attention to Cell P in Adams County, which is a mature storm tracking east at 35 miles per hour with 14 minutes left on its warning. Alright, while we did have some updates to severe warnings outside of Ohio, our primary focus remains squarely on the Buckeye State. We've just seen a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Cell C, covering Athens, Gallia, Jackson, Meigs, and Vinton counties in Ohio, along with Mason County, West Virginia. This is a fresh threat, tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour, and impacts are expected in the next 43 minutes for roughly 680,000 people. Let's get a closer look at this new cell. We've seen an increase in active severe thunderstorm warnings, now up to 5, as the National Weather Service continues to issue alerts across Ohio. Let's start with the newest warning, Cell B, impacting Fairfield County. This storm is tracking east at 40 miles per hour, with approximately 130,000 people in its path over the next 12 minutes. We are indeed locked in on Ohio, with 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings across the state. This is a multi-storm event with a significant threat for large hail and damaging winds, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center's hatched probabilities. Let's take a look at the overall board to see the breadth of this activity before we zoom into the most intense cells. We have a significant update, that the National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Doddridge, West Virginia. This indicates the storm remains active and the polygon or expiry has been adjusted. While our focus has been Ohio, a tornado warning takes immediate precedence. Let's get eyes on this storm immediately and assess the radar. We're focusing on Cell H in Fairfield, Ohio, which is now concluding its severe thunderstorm warning with only 8 minutes remaining. The latest radar scans show the reflectivity core weakening as the storm tracks east at 40 miles per hour, suggesting the most significant threat is diminishing. However, we still have 4 other active severe warnings in Ohio that demand our attention, so let's shift to the next most pressing storm. We're shifting our attention to Cell P in Adams County, Ohio, where this severe thunderstorm warning is now in its final 8 minutes. The storm continues to track east at 35 miles per hour, but the reflectivity signature appears to be weakening slightly as it approaches its eastern boundary. We'll keep a close eye on it, but let's quickly check the other active warnings as this one concludes. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Washington County, Ohio, along with Pleasants, Ritchie, Tyler, and Wood counties in West Virginia. This is Cell H, tracking east at 35 miles per hour, impacting approximately 250,000 people. The National Weather Service Charleston has just put this out, indicating a new, organizing threat that we need to watch very closely. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis County, Kentucky, and parts of Ohio, indicating a revised polygon or extended expiry for this mature storm, Cell I. This system is tracking southeast at 35 miles per hour, with approximately 296,000 people in its path. With the Storm Prediction Center issuing MD 1695 for potential severe activity, we continue to monitor the entire region closely for any further intensification or new warnings. We have a critical update. The National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Bullitt County, Kentucky, and Doddridge County, West Virginia. This indicates the storm remains active and the polygon or expiry has been adjusted. While our focus has been Ohio, a tornado warning takes immediate precedence. Let's get eyes on this storm immediately and assess the radar. We have a critical update on the board that the National Weather Service has updated severe thunderstorm warnings for Marion, West Virginia, and Cumberland, Virginia. However, our top priority remains the tornado warning for Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties, where Tornado ID confirms a 99% probability with a debris signature. We need to go straight to that storm and analyze the latest dual-pol data. We have breaking news that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Monongalia, West Virginia. This indicates the storm is still active, but the polygon or expiry has been revised. We're flying to this new threat now to assess the latest radar data for any intensification or changes in its track. We are still focused on the tornado warning for Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties. The tornado ID confidence remains at a critical 99% with a confirmed debris signature on the KRLX correlation coefficient product. This is a violent, confirmed tornado on the ground, posing an immediate and extreme threat to approximately 250,000 people in its path, moving east at 35 miles per hour. The severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield, Ohio, is about to expire, with only 2 minutes remaining. Radar indicates this storm, cell H, is weakening as it moves out of the warned area, bringing this particular threat to a close. However, we still have that confirmed tornado warning in Washington, Ohio, that demands our continued attention. We've seen 7 warnings expire or lift recently, including the one for Fairfield, Ohio, as those storms have either moved out or dissipated. This clears the immediate threat for those areas. However, our primary concern remains the confirmed tornado warning in Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties, which continues to show a debris signature. While some warnings have recently expired, our top priority remains the confirmed tornado warning in Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties. The KRLX correlation coefficient product still shows a strong debris signature, reinforcing that we have a violent, confirmed tornado on the ground impacting approximately 250,000 people. I'm keeping the tornado ID layer on so you can see that critical 99% confidence score. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties. This means the storm is still active, but the polygon or expiry has been revised. We're keeping a close eye on the KRLX correlation coefficient product, which continues to show that strong debris signature, indicating a confirmed tornado on the ground. This remains our highest priority. We've just seen a significant shift on the board. All tornado warnings have now expired or been cancelled, moving us into an all-severe thunderstorm warning environment. Our focus shifts to Cell G, currently impacting Washington, Ohio, and surrounding West Virginia counties. This storm is still in its organizing phase, but we're keeping a close eye on it for any intensification. The situation has stabilized with the recent expiration of all tornado warnings across the board, which is good news for those previously impacted areas. We still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings active, all within our Ohio focus state. Let's shift our attention to Cell I in Athens, Ohio, which is currently showing signs of intensification with a potential for developing rotation. We just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Hopkins, Kentucky, with the National Weather Service revising its polygon. This indicates the storm continues to be active, but our focus remains locked on the 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings within Ohio, as this is our designated focus state. We're keeping a close watch on Cell G in Washington, Ohio, which is showing an intensifying storm arc with developing rotation, making it our top priority right now. We have breaking news that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Marion, Kentucky. This indicates the storm is still active, but the polygon or expiry has been revised. We need to immediately shift our focus to this new development and assess the radar signature for any tightening rotation or debris. We have another critical update, that the National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Nelson, Kentucky. This signifies the storm remains active, but the warning area or duration has been adjusted. Let's immediately fly to this storm and assess the radar for any strengthening rotation or a debris signature, as this is our highest priority. Approximately 250,000 people are still in the path of this intensifying storm. We're seeing a slight geographical shift in the warnings, with an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Garrett, Maryland, indicating a polygon or expiry revision. However, our primary focus remains locked on Ohio, where cell G, near Washington, is showing an intensifying storm arc with developing rotation. This is our most concerning storm right now, with roughly 250,000 people in its path, and we're seeing strong reflectivity on the KRLX radar. We have breaking news, that the National Weather Service has just updated a tornado warning for Doddridge, West Virginia. This is a critical development, indicating the storm is still active, but the polygon or expiry has been revised. I'm immediately flying to this storm to assess the radar for any tightening rotation or a debris signature. This is now our highest priority. We have a critical update coming in, that the National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Breckenridge, Kentucky. This indicates the storm is still active, but the warning polygon or expiry has been adjusted. I'm immediately flying to this storm to assess the radar for any strengthening rotation or a debris signature, as this is our highest priority at the moment. We've just seen an increase in our severe thunderstorm warning count, with a new warning issued for Lewis, Adams, and Scioto counties in Ohio, associated with cell L. This cell is tracking east at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 296,000 people. I'm taking you to this newest warning to assess the storm's structure on base reflectivity. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Athens, Ohio, indicating a polygon or expiry revision for cell I. While this storm remains active, our most concerning storm right now is cell G, near Washington, Ohio, which is showing an intensifying storm arc with developing rotation. This storm is tracking east at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 250,000 people. We're keeping a close eye on its structure on base reflectivity. We have breaking news that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warnings for Nelson, Kentucky, and Preston, West Virginia. This indicates both storms are still active, but the polygons or expiry times have been revised. I'm immediately flying to the Nelson, Kentucky storm, which is our highest priority, to assess the radar for any strengthening rotation or a debris signature. Approximately 250,000 people are still in the path of this intense system. We have a critical update coming in, that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Doddridge, West Virginia. This signifies the storm is still active, but the warning polygon or expiry has been adjusted. I'm immediately flying to this storm to assess the radar for any tightening rotation or a debris signature, as this is now our highest priority. This is a significant threat. We've had some good news with the tornado warnings for Preston, West Virginia, and Nelson, Kentucky, now officially expired or lifted. The immediate threat has passed for those areas, but we must remain vigilant as severe weather continues across the region, particularly for these 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio. I'm taking us back to the most intense cell I, near Athens, Ohio, where we still have a mature storm tracking east at 40 miles per hour, impacting roughly 550,000 people. We're keeping our focus locked on Ohio. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Doddridge, West Virginia, indicating a polygon or expiry revision. While this particular warning is in West Virginia, our focus remains on the active severe thunderstorm warnings across Ohio, which are showing significant wind and hail potential. We'll examine Cell I, near Athens, Ohio, which is currently our highest priority severe thunderstorm warning, moving east at 40 miles per hour and impacting roughly 550,000 people. We've seen a slight reduction in the total number of severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, with the count dropping from 5 to 4. However, the remaining storms, particularly Cell I near Athens, Ohio, continue to pose a significant wind and hail threat as they track eastward at 40 miles per hour. I'm taking us there to keep an eye on its reflectivity signature. We've just seen a minor update to a severe thunderstorm warning for Mercer, New Jersey, with a polygon or expiry revision. However, our primary focus remains locked on the active severe thunderstorm warnings across Ohio, particularly Cell I, near Athens, which is our highest priority warning and continues to track eastward at 40 miles per hour. I'm taking us to its location to assess the latest radar scan for any developing rotation or intensifying hail cores. Alright, let's reset to the national view for a moment to get the full scope of this active severe weather day across Ohio, which is our focus state. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings currently active, stretching across southern Ohio and into parts of West Virginia and Kentucky. The Storm Prediction Center outlook continues to show a hatched risk for significant hail and wind, and even a hatched tornado risk, indicating the potential for strong, long-track tornadoes. We are tracking multiple cells, including Cell O near Athens, Cell P near Lewis, Cell N near Washington, and Cell B near Boyd. I'm now flying to Cell P, near Lewis, Kentucky, which is currently in its organizing stage and showing a strong reflectivity core. The tornado warning for Doddridge, West Virginia, has officially expired and been lifted. That's good news for residents there, but we still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, with our focus remaining on Ohio. Let's shift our attention to Cell P, an organizing storm near the Ohio-Kentucky border, which is now our highest priority active warning. We've just received an update for a tornado warning in Marion, Kentucky. This indicates that the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or extended the expiry, meaning the storm remains active and dangerous. We need to immediately shift our focus there to assess the latest radar data for this confirmed tornadic cell. This is a critical situation, so let's get eyes on the storm now. Good news coming in, the tornado warning for Grayson, Kentucky, has officially expired and been lifted. The threat has passed for that area. However, we still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings active across southern Ohio and adjacent areas, and our focus remains on these intensifying cells. Let's get a fresh look at the highest priority, Cell O, which is concluding its warning near Athens, Ohio. Another piece of good news to report, the tornado warning for Washington, Kentucky, has also expired and been lifted. The severe threat has moved out of that area. However, we still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, with 2 of them, cells O and A, nearing their expiration in Ohio. Let's quickly check in on cell O, our highest priority, as it wraps up near Athens. We're tracking Cell O, a severe thunderstorm warning for Athens and Gallia counties in Ohio, which is now in its final minutes, set to expire in just 7 minutes. The radar shows this storm is weakening as it exits the warned area, which is good news for those communities. Our attention will pivot to the intensifying Cell P to the southwest. As Cell A, a severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, Ohio, quickly approaches its expiration in just 6 minutes, we can see on KRLX base reflectivity that the storm is also weakening as it pushes eastward. This is another positive development, allowing us to shift our focus to the more persistent and intensifying Cell P to the southwest, which still has 50 minutes remaining on its warning. We've just received a critical update that the National Weather Service has revised the tornado warning for Lewis County, Kentucky. This means the storm is still active and potentially intensifying, requiring our immediate attention. We need to assess the latest radar data for this confirmed tornadic cell, which is now our highest priority. Let's get eyes on this dangerous storm. Alright, let's get a fresh look at the board. We've seen two severe thunderstorm warnings, cells O and A, nearing expiration in Ohio, which is good news. However, the National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis County, Kentucky, cell P, indicating the storm is still active and potentially intensifying. We need to assess this cell's structure and motion closely, especially with the 0.02 hatched tornado probability in this area. We're seeing significant updates to two severe thunderstorm warnings, in Elko, Nevada, and Ballard, Kentucky. While these are outside our Ohio focus, it's a reminder of the widespread activity. Within our focus state, cell P, near Lewis, Kentucky, and Scioto, Ohio, is still showing an intensifying storm arc, necessitating a close look at its low-level structure for any embedded rotation. We have four severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now, all within or impacting Ohio. Two of these, cell O near Athens and cell A near Washington, are in their final minutes, about to expire. However, cell G, impacting Scioto and Lewis counties, is still showing an intensifying arc on the radar, suggesting it warrants our immediate attention for increasing wind or hail potential. We also have cell B, a mature storm near Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, which has about 15 minutes left on its warning. Let's get a look at the most concerning storm, cell G. Great news, everyone, the tornado warning for Lewis County, Kentucky has officially expired and been lifted. The threat has passed for that area. We're now shifting our focus to the remaining four severe thunderstorm warnings still active across Ohio and bordering Kentucky, with cell G in Scioto and Lewis counties being the most concerning due to its continued intensity. Alright, with the tornado warning for Lewis County now expired, we're down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings across our Ohio focus area. The newest warning, Alert 0, just issued for Ashtabula County, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, is now our highest priority. Let's get there and examine this new cell structure in motion, as it presents a significant wind and hail threat for those regions. We're continuing our focus on Ohio, where we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings active. While the National Weather Service did revise a few severe thunderstorm warnings outside of our focus state, the most impactful storm for our audience remains the newly issued Alert 0 in Ashtabula County, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania. This cell is tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour, bringing a significant wind and hail threat to nearly 600,000 people. We're maintaining our focus on Ohio, where 3 severe thunderstorm warnings are currently active. I'm pulling back to give you a broader view of the entire threat area across the state. The most significant threat remains Alert 0, impacting Ashtabula County, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, as it's still organizing and has the highest population at risk. We've just had a severe thunderstorm warning expire in Carlisle, Kentucky, which is outside our Ohio focus state. This brings our active severe warning count down to 3 within Ohio. Let's shift our attention to Alert 1, Cell G, which is a mature severe thunderstorm impacting Lewis, Kentucky, and Scioto, Ohio, and has been on the board for 27 minutes. We're down to the final 6 minutes for the severe thunderstorm warning impacting Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio. Cell F, associated with this warning, appears to be weakening as it approaches expiry, with reflectivity values decreasing on the latest scans. While this threat is concluding, we still have 2 other active severe thunderstorm warnings in our Ohio focus state that warrant our continued attention. We are in the final minutes for the severe thunderstorm warning affecting Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, with just 4 minutes remaining until expiry. This particular cell, which has been quite active, is now showing signs of weakening as it exits the warned area. Our attention will pivot to the 2 remaining severe thunderstorm warnings within our Ohio focus state. We have a critical update that the National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Greenup, Kentucky. This indicates the storm is still active, and that the National Weather Service is either expanding the polygon or extending the expiry, maintaining the threat. Let's immediately fly to this warning and assess the latest radar trends on this dangerous storm. We've seen an increase in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now at 4 within our Ohio focus state. Our most immediate concern is Alert 1, impacting Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, which is set to expire imminently. While this storm has been active, we're seeing reflectivity values decrease as it exits the warned area, suggesting a weakening trend. We've seen a slight reduction in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 3 within our Ohio focus state. Our immediate concern shifts to Alert 1, Cell K, impacting Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, which is showing signs of intensifying. This storm has a significant population at risk, with approximately 592,000 people in its path, and is tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour. Alright, let's pull back and get a broader overview of the severe weather situation across our Ohio focus state and surrounding areas. We currently have 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, one impacting Boyd, Kentucky, and Gallia and Lawrence counties in Ohio, another for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Crawford and Erie counties in Pennsylvania, and a third for Lewis, Kentucky, and Scioto, Ohio. The most significant threat right now is Alert 0, Cell M, which is still organizing but exhibiting strong reflectivity values as it tracks east at 45 miles per hour, posing a significant wind and hail risk. We've just had an update from the National Weather Service on the severe thunderstorm warning affecting Boyd, Kentucky, and surrounding areas. The polygon has been revised, maintaining the threat for these communities. This storm, Cell M, is still organizing and tracking east at 45 miles per hour, impacting roughly 428,000 people. We're drilling down on Alert 0, Cell I, currently impacting Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio. Radar is showing an intensifying storm arc on the latest base reflectivity, with a potential for rotation developing on its southern flank. This storm is tracking east at 35 miles per hour, threatening Catlettsburg, Kentucky in approximately 5 minutes, and then moving towards Canova, West Virginia. We've seen a reduction in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 2 within our Ohio focus state. We're keeping a close eye on the primary severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, which is currently exhibiting a well-established, mature storm. This storm, Cell K, continues to track southeast at 40 miles per hour, impacting nearly 600,000 people. Let's pivot to Alert 0, Cell I, still impacting Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio. I'm switching our radar product to Velocity to check for any embedded rotation within this mature storm arc. We're looking for a tight couplet of greens and reds indicating wind shear, which would signal a more organized threat. Let's shift our focus to the expiring severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, Alert 1. I'm flying you to Cell D, which is currently showing a weakening reflectivity signature on KPBZ base reflectivity. The storm is rapidly losing organization as it tracks southeast, and with only 9 minutes left on the warning, it appears the immediate threat is diminishing. With only 7 minutes remaining on the severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, we're seeing the storm, cell G, continue to weaken. The reflectivity signature on KPBZ shows disorganization, suggesting the immediate threat of severe winds and hail is diminishing as it tracks southeast. While this warning concludes, we'll shift back to the active warning in Kentucky and Ohio next. With the Ashtabula, Ohio, warning nearly expired and weakening, we're pulling back to give you a broader view of the environment that's generating these storms, particularly focusing on what's next for eastern Ohio. The Storm Prediction Center outlook shows a hatched area for wind, indicating a significant severe wind threat, and we're seeing these storms continue to track eastward towards communities like Youngstown and Steubenville in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Prepare for damaging winds. We've seen an increase in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now up to 3 within our Ohio focus. The National Weather Service has just issued a new warning for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, covering Cell M, which is tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour. This storm has a fresh, strong reflectivity core and poses a renewed threat for severe winds and hail to nearly 600,000 people. We're flying to this new warning to assess the latest radar. Let's zoom into the newest severe thunderstorm warning for Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, focusing on Cell C. I'm switching to velocity on KPBZ to check for any embedded rotation within this organizing storm arc. While reflectivity shows a strong core, velocity will reveal if any localized wind shear is developing, which could increase the threat for damaging winds. We've seen a slight reduction in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 2 within our Ohio focus. Alert 0, near Ashtabula, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, is showing an organizing storm arc, and while we're on velocity, I'm not seeing any tight rotation that would suggest embedded tornadoes, though damaging straight-line winds remain a threat. The Storm Prediction Center outlook still shows a hatched area for wind, indicating the potential for significant gusts. With only 8 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm warning for Cell M, currently impacting Boyd, Carter, and Greenup counties in Kentucky, along with Lawrence County, Ohio, and parts of West Virginia, this storm is quickly concluding. We're seeing the reflectivity signature weaken on KRLX, indicating the severe threat is diminishing as it tracks eastward. Our focus in Ohio now shifts fully to the Ashtabula warning. We're pulling back to give you a broader view of the environment generating these storms across Ohio. With the Ashtabula storm intensifying, and the Kentucky warning expiring in just 5 minutes, our attention must shift to the potential for new development or intensification downstream. The Storm Prediction Center outlook continues to show a hatched wind threat, indicating significant damaging winds are still possible for areas like Youngstown and Canton as these storms track eastward in the next hour. We've seen an increase in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now up to 3 within our Ohio focus. The National Weather Service has just issued a new warning for Cell O, impacting Lawrence County, Ohio, along with parts of Kentucky and West Virginia, which is tracking east at 35 miles per hour. This newly issued polygon covers approximately 226,000 people, and we're seeing strong reflectivity on the latest radar scans. Alright, let's get you caught up on the most active severe thunderstorm warning on our board. We're tracking cell C near Lawrence County, Ohio, along with parts of Boyd and Wayne counties in Kentucky and West Virginia. This storm, issued just 6 minutes ago, is currently organizing and tracking east at 35 miles per hour, posing a threat of damaging winds and large hail. The latest KRLX reflectivity shows a developing core, indicating its potential to intensify further. We've had a slight reduction in our severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 2 within our Ohio focus, with the previous warning for Cell C having expired. Let's shift our attention to the remaining active warning for Ashtabula County, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania. This storm, Cell F, is now the most mature and active on the board, tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour and posing a significant wind threat. We're pulling back to give you a regional overview of our two remaining severe thunderstorm warnings within the Ohio focus. First, Chelsea in Boyd County, Kentucky, impacting Lawrence County, Ohio, moving east at 35 miles per hour, still organizing. Second, Cell M, the more mature storm, impacting Ashtabula County, Ohio, and parts of Pennsylvania, tracking southeast at 40 miles per hour. We're seeing a slight weakening trend across the board, but both still carry significant wind and hail threats, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center's hatched outlook. We're focusing in on Cell C, the intensifying severe thunderstorm currently impacting Lawrence County, Ohio, along with Boyd County, Kentucky, and Wayne County, West Virginia. The KRLX reflectivity shows a developing bowing segment on the leading edge, and with its eastward motion at 35 miles per hour, Ironton, Ohio, is in the path in approximately 10 minutes, followed by Chesapeake, Ohio, in about 20 minutes. This storm is still organizing, but the National Weather Service notes an intensifying trend, which means we'll be watching for increasing wind gusts. We have a significant and immediate change on the board. A tornado warning has just been issued for Boyd, Kentucky, Lawrence, Ohio, and Cabell, West Virginia, for Cell C. The National Weather Service is reporting rotation and a debris signature, which is a strong radar indicator of a tornado on the ground. Tornado ID is showing a probable 71% confidence in this tornado. We're currently tracking a mature severe thunderstorm, Cell D, impacting Ashtabula County, Ohio, and extending into parts of Pennsylvania. This storm, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour, is exhibiting a well-defined reflectivity core on the KPBZ radar. We're also seeing significant hail and wind probabilities, with a hatched tornado threat still present in the region. We've just had an update to the tornado warning for Boyd, Kentucky, Lawrence, Ohio, and Cabell, West Virginia. The National Weather Service has revised the polygon for this storm, Cell E, which is still showing a violent, confirmed signature, including a debris signature. This is a very dangerous situation, with the tornado ID confidence at a probable 71%, indicating strong radar evidence of a tornado on the ground. We've had a tornado warning expire for Breathitt and Butler counties in Kentucky, indicating that immediate threat has passed for those areas. However, our focus remains on the active tornado warning for Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, where we still have a confirmed debris signature on the KRLX correlation coefficient product. Tornado ID is still showing a probable 71% confidence on this storm, Cell E, indicating a high likelihood of a tornado on the ground. We're taking a broader look across Ohio and surrounding regions, where we currently have 3 active warnings, 1 tornado warning and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Our top priority remains the tornado warning for Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, still exhibiting a probable tornado signature, as indicated by the tornado ID analysis. Storm cones show these cells tracking eastward, impacting communities and their paths. The situation has changed significantly. The tornado warning for Boyd, Kentucky, and Lawrence, Ohio, has expired, bringing our tornado warning count to 0. We're now tracking 2 severe thunderstorm warnings within the Ohio focus state. Let's get a look at the most immediate threat, which is Cell I, impacting Lawrence County, Ohio, and surrounding areas, set to expire in just 10 minutes. A significant change has just occurred. A new tornado warning has been issued for Mahoning and Trumbull counties in Ohio, for Cell J. The National Weather Service is reporting both rotation and a debris signature, and tornado ID shows a probable 71% confidence in this storm. Let's switch to the KPBZ radar and the correlation coefficient product to confirm that debris signature. The threat tier has been re-evaluated to notable, reflecting the current state of our warnings within Ohio. Our primary focus remains on the tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, where we have a probable 71% confidence from tornado ID, and the National Weather Service is noting a debris signature. I'm going to pull back slightly to show the full extent of this polygon and its eastward motion. We're keeping a close eye on the severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, Ohio, which is set to expire in just 4 minutes. The WIS intensity trend is weakening, suggesting this cell is losing some of its punch as it moves east. Let's briefly zoom to that storm and confirm its status before returning to the Mahoning County tornado threat. We're currently tracking two active warnings within the Ohio focus state, a tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, and a severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County. The Mahoning County storm remains our top priority due to the probable tornado signature and noted debris. Let's pull back and show the storm cones to visualize the eastward paths of both these cells. We're now focusing on the tornado warning in Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, where the National Weather Service has noted both rotation and a debris signature. I'm switching to the KPBZ velocity product at the lowest tilt to get a precise look at the rotation couplet as this cell tracks eastward. This storm is moving slowly, which could prolong impacts for communities in its path. We've just had a tornado warning expire for Frederick County, Virginia, and Cabell County, West Virginia, indicating that threat has moved through or dissipated. However, our primary concern remains the tornado warning in Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio. The National Weather Service is reporting a debris signature, and Tornado ID is showing a probable 71% confidence, so let's switch to the correlation coefficient product to confirm that debris signature. The severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, Ohio has now expired, leaving us with a singular focus on the tornado warning impacting Mahoning and Trumbull counties. While the overall WIS trend shows some weakening, this particular storm, Cell B, still carries a significant threat. We're currently looking at the KPBZ correlation coefficient, which is crucial for identifying any debris lofted by a tornado. Alright, let's pull back and get a broader perspective on the ongoing severe weather across Ohio. We currently have one active tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, still indicating a probable tornado signature with noted debris. While the WIS trend shows slight weakening, this storm, Cell I, remains our top priority, tracking eastward at 20 miles per hour, with the National Weather Service Cleveland office noting both rotation and a debris signature. We're now drilling down on the tornado warning in Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, where radar is showing a probable tornado signature for Cell I. I'm switching to the KPBZ velocity product at the lowest tilt to get a precise look at the rotation couplet, as the warning text explicitly notes rotation and debris. This storm is tracking eastward at 20 miles per hour, putting Mineral Ridge in the path in about 8 minutes and Girard in approximately 15 minutes. Given the debris signature detected, I'm switching our radar view to the correlation coefficient product to directly confirm if we're seeing lofted debris within this Mahoning County tornado warning. On the CC product, values dropping below 0.80 near the storm base indicate non-meteorological returns, which is our strongest radar indicator of a tornado on the ground. We need to verify that debris ball on the lowest scan. Given the persistent debris signature and confirmed 99% tornado ID confidence for Cell I, we need to emphasize that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Mahoning County. I'm pulling back to show the broader context, as this storm continues to track eastward at 20 miles per hour, impacting communities like Mineral Ridge and potentially Niles Next. Residents in this area of Ohio need to be in their safe place immediately. We're currently focused on the tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties in Ohio, where our tornado ID analysis is showing a confirmed 99% signature for cell I. This strong dual-pole signature on the correlation coefficient radar means we are seeing lofted debris, indicating a tornado is on the ground. The storm is tracking east at 20 miles per hour, impacting areas like Mineral Ridge and potentially Niles over the next 15 minutes. Given the ongoing tornado warning in Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, where we have a confirmed 99% tornado ID signature, I'm pulling back to the regional view to show the overall scope of this threat. We're keeping the storm motion vectors and path cones active so you can visualize the eastward trajectory of this dangerous cell. This remains our primary concern in Ohio, tracking towards communities further east. The tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, is set to expire in just 8 minutes. While we've seen a confirmed debris signature earlier, radar trends suggest this particular cell is beginning to weaken as it moves out of the warned polygon. We will continue to monitor any residual rotation, but the immediate, high-confidence tornado threat appears to be diminishing. With only 7 minutes remaining on the tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, we're seeing the storm continue to weaken. The rotation signature has diminished significantly on the latest scans, and it appears the primary threat is now moving out of the warned polygon. While we've had confirmed reports earlier, the immediate danger is winding down. Alright, we're seeing an update on the board with the National Weather Service revising some severe thunderstorm warnings in Forest, Pennsylvania, and Allen, Kentucky. However, our primary focus remains on the tornado warning in Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, which is about to expire in just 6 minutes. The low-level velocity scan from KPBZ continues to show a weakening rotation signature as the storm moves eastward. We are closely watching the tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, which is now down to its final 3 minutes. On the 0.5-degree velocity scan from KPBZ, that low-level rotation has continued to weaken significantly, with the inbound/outbound couplet becoming much more diffuse. While the National Weather Service has issued a revised warning for parts of Pennsylvania and Kentucky, our main focus remains here as this storm continues to lose its tornadic characteristics. The tornado warning for Mahoning and Trumbull counties, Ohio, has officially expired. While we did have confirmed tornado reports earlier, the radar has shown a consistent weakening trend, and the National Weather Service has allowed the polygon to drop. This particular threat has now moved out of the area, and we're seeing an all clear for those communities. With all active tornado warnings in Ohio now expired, we're taking a broader look at the synoptic setup. While the immediate severe threat has diminished, we still have a slight risk with hatched probabilities for significant tornadoes, hail, and wind across eastern Ohio, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook. I'm keeping the surface fronts on to highlight any boundaries that could trigger renewed convection later tonight. With all active warnings now expired across Ohio, our focus shifts to the aftermath. We're now highlighting the confirmed damage tracks, including that unrated tornado report near Youngstown from about 35 minutes ago. This layer allows us to visualize the ground truth, showing exactly where these impactful events occurred, even as the severe weather activity has moved out of the state. We have a critical update that the National Weather Service has just revised and reissued tornado warnings for Lawrence County, Pennsylvania. This indicates the storm remains active, with the National Weather Service extending the warned area. Let's fly there immediately and assess the radar for any tightening rotation or debris signature as this dangerous storm continues its eastward track. With all active tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings across Ohio now expired, we are officially in an all-clear for the state. We're pulling back to the national view to assess the broader synoptic picture and the remaining mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center, particularly MD 1701 for West Virginia and far southeast Ohio. This will help us understand the lingering severe threat potential. We have a new tornado warning issued for Carroll County, Ohio, just 1 minute ago. This is a critical development, especially with reports of a debris signature noted in the warning text. We're flying to the storm now to examine the low-level velocity data from KPBZ and pinpoint that rotation.